understand that Pierre, I have not received information, but Audrey told me that Pierre is not going to be here either.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So is that correct, Audrey? So we're expecting then Jody and Zuby. Looks like Zuby has checked in already.
Mhm.
That's good. Hey, Zuby.
How you doing, George?
Good. Um, so hopefully Jody will show up soon. That'll work. And there's Jody. Hi, Jody.
There she is. Sorry for that nagging text, Jody.
Yeah.
So do you hear us, Judy? Jody? And
Can you
can
guys hear me?
we can hear you. And that's good communication. Back and forth. Um, and I think oh good. Chris Mendonca. Hi, Chris.
Hello there.
How are you?
I'm well. How about yourself?
Good. So we're going to do your oath of office just before your report.
Yes. Sir.
Okay? All right. So I think we have a quorum. Zuby is here and Jody is here and I'm here. So we can call the meeting to order, and I welcome everyone to this board meeting. And now we have to adopt the agenda. And could I have a
Motion to adopt the agenda.
and a second? Jody. Jody. Jody.
I don't think she is.
Jody. We lost Jody. Jody. Can you hear us? No.
I just sent her a text to see if
Jody. See, we just spoke to her 2 minutes ago.
You're not
Not
calling
even-
me.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to get her on before we continue moving on.
we need her.
Let's see.
She is aware and she's working on it.
She's working on it. Maybe she's probably gonna log off and log back on.
Okay. Okay, sorry, folks. Little technical delay.
Hey, George.
Hey, Jody, are you having problems?
Andre's calling me now. I'm actually just gonna switch back to my old laptop,
Okay.
and I can't seem. I cannot hear you guys, but I can see your mouse moving, so I know you're talking.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna log into SFCC now on my old laptop. So I'll
Okay.
be right there.
Okay. Very good. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. She is working on her. She's switching machines. Hmm. Actually, I wonder if I have a little New Year's message that maybe I will go ahead and read before Jody gets on, just to use the time that we have together, even though the meeting has not been formally uh, adopted. You think that's okay, Becky? Yeah.
Yes, I think that'd be great.
Okay. So, a happy and healthy new year to all. May the year of the rabbit be a good one for every one of us and for the college. On this special occasion, I'd like to also ask your indulgence to hear my New Year's request of you. And I realize that there are not many faculty present at this meeting. However, and much of this message is directed to faculty and staff, but anyway, I will still go ahead with it. At our special governing board work session in September, we talked about the future of SFCC, our community needs, possibilities for growth and change, and dreams of what might be. We talked about Apple and NASA sending students to the moon, solving our national food problem, becoming a world-class community college, and meeting all of our community's educational needs. We also had lots of questions, wonderings, how best to serve our diverse populations, how to identify our goals in each of those populations, how to think about what we do best and what's best for our students and what's best for our community. We're fortunate to have a dedicated, talented, and creative president and administrative team always working to fulfill our strategic priorities. In addition to the Opportunity Scholarship, which fully kicked in as of this semester, and a streamlined entrance process that eliminates the old placement test, there are lots of things that are going on to improve our community college. Today, at the beginning of the new year, I'd like to engage you in thinking about the future, again, thinking about the future of SFCC and our strategic priorities. Our priorities to support our student needs, to partner with our community, and to build our college capacity. And also to think about your role in making that future happen. What can we do together this year to continue building SFCC into a world-class community college? One of the major issues that we have this year is to increase our enrollment. As you know, the enrollment has been declining for years. The pandemic caused a precipitous decline, and now we're starting to build up again. And we're doing lots of things to do that. We're building more, creating more online courses. We indeed in changing the entrance exam and testing, we're hoping that will increase our students as well, our enrollment. In addition to that, I would challenge us to think about how to increase our enrollment of students on campus, in person. We certainly have students who are doing that, and there are certainly other ways that we could increase those numbers. And I just challenge all of us to think about how can we increase our student presence on campus. We need to do that. They are enrolling in online courses, but we also to utilize fully the capacity of our faculty and our facilities. We need students on campus. So I would encourage you, all of you, and again, this is probably going to be more directed to faculty, which I'll talk to them at one of their meetings, to share ideas on how to increase our student enrollment on campus. And you can just send those notes to our board secretary, and she will consolidate them and share them back to everyone. So thank you very much for doing that and for continuing to be dedicated, committed employees here at Santa Fe Community College. Happy New Year. And Jody is still not back?
Hello, yeah.
Oh, you are?
I'm on the phone. I'm on
Okay.
the phone while I'm messing with everything else. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, Jody. So we need a second on the motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Okay. The agenda is adopted, and now we will take public comments. No public comments. Okay. So now we will go into closed session.
And we
Is
need
there,
a,
is there a
I will
closed
need-
session? Okay.
Chair
Could we
Gamble,
have- Yes.
Vice Chair Puke.
Yeah.
Member Wilson
Yes.
and Secretary Quintana and Member Siegel are excused.
Right. So we have a majority
yes,
vote. We can now go into closed session.
yes.
Okay. So Jody, are you gonna figure out how to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Okay.
Sorry, new laptop. Thought I had it together, but apparently not. So. All right. I'll see you
Thank
there.
you. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Jody, are you back with us?
Hi, George. I am on the phone, and I think I am joining the session right now. Back on my old
Okay.
computer.
Okay. There you are. Okay, can I have a motion to go back into regular session?
Motion to go back into regular session. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
All right, perfect.
And all in favor, Zuby?
Oh, I don't see Zuby. Oh, there he is.
Well, yeah, he's, Zuby, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we have a motion to go back into regular session.
I will second that.
Great. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Oh, we have to
Aye.
do roll call.
Yeah, you do have to do roll.
Oh, okay. Audrey?
Chair Gamble,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pugh,
Yes.
Member Wilson,
Yes.
and Secretary Quintana and Member Siegel are excused.
Right. Okay, so we had majority vote, and we are now back in regular session. And we can now go to the president's report and employees of the month. President's report, Becky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start off with the employees of the month. The Pass It Forward Award for November went to Oscar Tovar Ramirez from Facilities and Operations, who was nominated by Emily McCarthy, an academic advisor from the School of Business, Professional Studies, and Education. And for December, Imelda Quezada from Facilities and Operations was nominated by Linda Castle, the Director of Art on Campus. So congratulations to both of those employees. We really appreciate the job that you're doing for the college. For the WowGram for December, Rod Hassan from OIT was nominated by Tony Kaufman from faculty, from adjunct faculty. So again, OIT has been pretty much stretched to the limit during all of the workday implementation. So we appreciate Rod's efforts in helping everybody get all their technology needs straightened out. So now on to my regular report. I'm going to skip over some things that you all can read that are a lot of the announcements and everything, and focus a little bit on some legislative issues towards the end. I do want to certainly, though, give full congratulations to all of our CHESS implementation teams. We launched on time with, I would say, an amazingly low number of problems. I listened in today. Kathy Ulabari had her monthly meeting with any interested staff who want to, call in, sit in and ask questions, comment, whatever. And it was amazing to me how well people have transitioned to the new system. I think if you're strictly an end user, that Workday is a bright, shiny, very simple tool and very easy to use, very mobile friendly, very clearly an upgrade. If you are someone who is kind of in the middle there and has to originate some projects, then there's more of a learning curve. But people are doing a great job in transitioning. And so the stabilization period will last, the hard part of the stabilization period is supposed to last about 6 months. And then it'll get better, after that. I do want to commend the payroll teams though. We had, we did a cross-functional payroll between all of the CHESS colleges. We've done two payrolls already during, since we've gone live. And the first go around, I think there were 5 or 6 mistakes, and that is including all of C&M's payroll. So that in and of itself is, a huge, huge number of people. So I just want to commend everybody for how well this has gone. And I know it's been really, really tough, but we've really done well. And I will say too, that we are getting a lot of positive attention at the state level from both HED and LFC, and that our funding requests look really strong, and that there is a lot of support for the project. So I couldn't be happier with how well it's gone. And so we are now starting to ease into the student part. Some people might not think easing in is the right way to say that, because they may be working at a much more rapid pace than what I am on it. So, but anyway, we're starting student now, and at the same time, we're starting the Wave 2 implementation for finance for the Wave 2 schools, which are Luna and San Juan. That will be a simpler implementation because they basically have to implement what we already designed, but still, it's not nothing. Under student engagement, we had a really nice event a couple of weeks ago at Christa St. Vincent. The automotive program retrofitted a car for the occupational and physical therapy group at Christa St. Vincent. It's so that they can do training on how to get people who are in rehabilitative services in and out of a car, and train them and how to move around and everything. Apparently Medicare doesn't cover those services unless you use an actual car and not some sort of a replica of a car, because the training is not good enough. And so we had a real live car. Javier Gonzalez, the former mayor, was the one who really was the originator of this project. And so it was a great collaboration between our team and the Christa St. Vincent team. So I really wanted to thank Julia Furry and Alan Mirabal for their work, because they were the ones that got it together and worked on this. And also our welding team helped with the actual retrofitting of the car. I'm going to skip over the East Wing Eatery is now open and seems to be doing extremely well. The food is good. They are trying to extend their hours a little bit more. So the permitting is all worked out, and now we're happy to have them working on that. We had a nurses pinning right before the end of the semester, very well attended, always a really nice ceremony. I was really sorry to have to miss that. I was sick at that time, but it's always nice to be able to watch them go off into the world as brand new, newly pedigreed nurses. So congratulations to all of our graduates, and thank you to our faculty for getting them to that point. Tomasina Ortiz Gallegos, our Associate VP for Student Success, hosted a student employee appreciation lunch. We're starting to see more student employees on campus, which is really nice. I know, because I have to approve all the student employees who are scheduled to be paid and everything. So we really kind of had a lull in that for quite a while when we had kind of moved so many services off campus, but they're back and they're working, and so that's really a good thing for the college. In partnership with Santa Fe County and the Stagecoach Foundation, the Santa Fe Film Office, Santa Fe Community College is offering a free ProTech program for becoming a film and television production assistant. This is the program that we've used, and we've run largely through non-credit at the Higher Education Center through Chris Sweden. She and Jim Weissong have put this program together along with Milton Reese, our film faculty member. This is something that students are choosing this format because it's quick, it gets them directly into the workforce, and the film industry is really asking us to start people off in this mode because it's meeting a critical workforce need in the film industry. So you'll be seeing more about our partnership with Stagecoach later on, because we really have been starting to work a lot more with them. And I think there's some really exciting possibilities that are coming down the road in that area. Under faculty and staff, a couple of really notable awards. Associate Professor Kate McCahill, who is the editor-in-chief and faculty advisor for the Santa Fe Literary Review, was the judge for the Santa Fe Reporters Annual Fiction Writing Contest. Quite an honor for Kate and also an opportunity for our students. The Early Childhood Center of Excellence continues its free speaker series featuring national and New Mexico experts focused on equity and social justice in early childhood teacher preparation. I just want to mention that it's probably over with by now, but the early childhood people are at the Roundhouse right now. Not all of them, many of them are actually running the kids campus right now. I didn't clarify that a little bit. But we have we were asked to do a presentation on our firstborn program for the Senate Finance Committee to really let them know more about the distinct nature of the firstborn program among home visiting programs, and to make a bigger pitch for more funds to be able to really expand our reach. The program has really been serving a lot of Pueblo students, and we'd like to really be able to broaden that reach, because the really distinct thing about firstborn is that the curriculum is it's culturally relevant, and it really does allow the participants to be able to flourish in a manner that really does respect their native cultures. The spring convocation was held earlier this month. I thought we had a really very successful convocation. We probably had 150 people in person in the Hamas rooms, and then a lot of people that were online. But we had a very good selection of trainings that were available, and a really strong presentation by Achieving the Dream. And that I think a lot of people, it was kind of sobering, but something that we all really needed to hear in terms of, what our population looks like, and some of the challenges that we're going to face in reaching students in the future, and in working on enrollment and all of those fun topics. The Title V Hispanic Serving Institution grant is supporting professional development opportunities for faculty online in teaching and learning and culturally responsive teaching for STEM faculty. A lot of really good training coming through Title V right now. There has been since we've had the grant. But again, they're offering these trainings online, and they're also specifically about helping our faculty improve and feel more comfortable in teaching online, because it certainly is different. You can see the local bond projects really haven't changed much. We're working on them. One thing that I do also want to mention about capital projects, Senate Finance right now is scrutinizing capital projects pretty closely. We were supposed to have a hearing that didn't exactly turn into a hearing, but we certainly had to submit. Nick and his team submitted all of the required information, but they're very interested in projects that have stalled out, or that either colleges or any other public entity have not been able to start, and that they don't have enough funding for. So there was a list circulating that had a lot of colleges and public entities on it. We were on the list in the medium category, not the bad category, for a $2 million appropriation that we got a couple of years ago that's for stucco and HVAC improvements. And we have we've already started on the plans for the project. One part of it is already completed. So they really didn't pay too much attention to us when they were asking questions about some of these. There may be a little bit more follow-up on it, but there are some really big projects on the list from other colleges and from municipalities that, involve millions and millions and millions of dollars, where they really haven't even started the project. And as you probably heard, there's $3 billion in unused capital funds right now statewide. And so they're just really trying to, I think, get a handle on where we are and whether or not people are going to be able to complete the projects. The thought was that if we can't complete the projects, that the funds could revert back to the state. And so we're not going to be in that category. One other, under community engagement, I want to add one thing to the list there that happened before this report was prepared. We will be doing tax assistance on campus in partnership with the AARP. And so they will be, I can't remember which room it is, but they will not be at the HEC this year. They will be on campus. They will not be at the fitness center. They will be at the main campus providing free tax service to anyone who I believe fills out a 1040. But you can call if you know people that are interested in that service, and we can give you more detail about that. The Visual Arts Gallery is getting ready to open their exhibit Immortal, which will feature works by student and faculty potters and ceramic artists who have recently passed away. On that note, I would like to mention the passing of a couple of longtime staff members. I think many of you all knew that Janet Wise died a couple of weeks ago. Janet was the director for marketing and NPR for many years, also worked under the the Richardson administration. And so we will, and Janet, since I've been here, Janet worked with us a little bit on completing FIRs during the legislative session. So we will really miss her. And then just a couple of days ago, we found out that, or it was yesterday, I guess it was, Gordon Fluke passed away after a lengthy illness. He used to be the director for continuing education for many, many years and has been an adjunct faculty member since that time. So again, condolences to his family, and our thoughts are with all of them. I want to give a little bit more of a legislative, kind of an odd update, because the session, like most 60-day sessions that I've been part of, kind of a slow start generally for higher education, and that's okay. And we kind of, ease into it. So a couple of things that are significant, and from my perspective, right now, I think you probably all noticed that there has been a change in leadership at the House Appropriations Committee. Representative Nathan Smalls from Las Cruces is now the chair. He replaces Patty Lundstrom from Gallup, who'd been the chair for quite some time. We don't exactly know what that means. We'll see. And so I will be trying to meet with Representative Smalls and his team and trying to provide more education about higher education. We actually have a hearing tomorrow afternoon in Senate Finance. It's really an HED hearing, but the gist of the whole hearing is to talk about higher ed finance and to provide more of an overview for legislators, new legislators, and I would have to say even a lot of long-serving legislators who might be new onto appropriating committees, but to really explain to them how the funding formula works, how there are often unintended consequences for different funding decisions that can have a significant impact on higher ed that people might not always be aware of. And so we will be working on that. Right now, the higher ed budget, the budget recommendation is a 4% compensation increase for all public employees, including higher ed. The legislative finance has a 5% compensation increase. Neither entity is recommending a full funding of those increases. So if they were to go through, the college would have a substantial portion that we would have to pick up. There's also, we are likely to have to pick up a couple of percentage points for the correction or the stabilization to the ERB, or Educational Retirement Board, funding for all of the retirement fund that we all belong to. So we are still in the process of figuring out exactly what the fiscal impact will be to Santa Fe Community College. But I have seen one of our colleagues, one of our colleague institutions has let us all know that the the increase to the overall higher ed budget is only going to be 1 or 2%, which is really small. It's also really small given as much money as there is right now. And I know that they're very concerned about funding non-recurring projects. And so there is a pretty, there's a substantial recommendation for chess, which is really good. But we are likely to not really see any kind of net increase in our budget from either one of those funding recommendations. So the mandatory pieces of those that we would have to fund are going to maybe not outweigh, but they're at least going to cancel out whatever increase we could get. And so we will be talking about that, not yelling about that, but talking about that so that legislators understand that what looks like, this terrific gift for higher ed is not quite as terrific as it might look. So we'll start that conversation tomorrow, hopefully. You may have noticed there's some kind of odd bills on there. Right now, there's a bill that would require that public schools would receive funding for, if not all, at least a portion of the insurance premiums that employees are covering themselves. That's wonderful, but they didn't, and this is for all of the public schools that use NMCA insurance, but there's no mention of the colleges, and I believe there are 6, including Santa Fe Community College, that are in the NMCA insurance pool. Our employees wouldn't get anything. So we're, again, going to try to make sure that people understand that, we also participate in NMCA and that expense is very significant for all of our employees. Yes, we pay a good portion of it, but it's expensive and it goes up every year. So we'll see if we can make any progress in that realm right there. Our capital priorities, you probably remember from the presentation, we had our legislative, our meeting with our legislators at the HEC on January 9th, and we talked about the microgrid, the wastewater treatment pond liner, the EMSI awnings being our top priorities. And so I think there is a very good chance that we will probably get, if not all, then definitely most of that capital money. Our requests are, I think they're very sensible. We're not asking for more than we should probably get. And I think that generally that, legislators appreciate that. So I expect that we'll do very well. We have seen an increase in the recommendations to some of our RPSPs, which is good. Firstborn, I think, will get an increase because of the recommendations that HED made to the RPSPs. There will be still a strong nursing expansion fund. And I think also the teacher ed budget will see an increase too. So all of those things are good. Those are dollars that are directly targeted specifically to those academic programs. And so they can only be used for growth in those areas. And it's really good that we get that kind of opportunity to be able to, to use money in that way. I think that I'm going to stop there and see if anybody has any questions. One thing I do want to mention, though, before I stop on the upcoming things, and Chair Gamble will say this at the very end when he closes out, but we are going to request that we change the date for the March governing board meeting. The currently scheduled March, I don't know why I want to be in November, March 22nd meeting is during our spring break. And so to be able to give all of our staff the time off during spring break, our custom has been to move that meeting out another week. And so we would be requesting to change that to March 29th. Sorry. I think I better stop, and I will be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have. Thanks.
Questions, comments? Okay. On the upcoming, let me just mention also that we'd like to start with the
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. If we could have Bernadette Gonzalez tell us about the enrollment report.
Good afternoon, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley, and President Mondonca. Berna is not with us this afternoon, so I'll be presenting some enrollment information, and then we're going to hear from marketing real quickly, and then from Marcos real quickly, our colleagues with regards to our dual credit progress that we've had this semester. So let me pull up our report, and we will share it. This report is as of this morning. In your reports, you have a report from last week, and you can see that there's been a lot of progress being made. We have our comparison from spring 2022 end of term. Student head count and credit hours. You'll see that as of this morning, we are just short 2% of student head count, but we need to remember that this is as of end of term from spring 2022. So we still have many late starting courses that our students are going to be enrolling in. And we also have a little bit of data cleanup. So these are very raw numbers right now. I'm very excited to share that we are maintaining with regards to our overall populations as well as to our general age groups, where we have seen a little bit of an increase for our population of 45 to 65 and older. This is really where we've gotten a little bit more of enrollments within some of our particular courses. So you'll see that our mean age has changed from about 37 to 41 right now. And again, these numbers will change and fluctuate as we get some additional information in from our dual credit partners. Our gender of our male and our female population ratios still remain the same as they did last spring semester. And then as we scroll down a little bit and we look at our student type, we have a very strong continuing students. This really speaks a lot to our retention of our students. We're looking at a large number of students returning to SFCC after being gone for a certain period of time. And again, we're still adding some additional information with regards to our high school students that Marcos will talk about in just a little bit. But look at this new number here. We're still getting some new students to SFCC, which is really exciting for us, as well as our out-of-state and in-state transfers. As I've mentioned in previous meetings, we always take a look at what our credit hour load is. And I'm really happy to see that we have a larger number of students who are taking full-time credits, that's 12 credits or more, or a part-time 6 to 11. So that really does help our students with degree completion within a very healthy timeline. And so these numbers are very strong. Our numbers of our 53% of students who are taking 0 to 5 credits, this typically is our students who are within that population that I mentioned to you earlier of 45 to 65 or older. I thought I'd highlight for you all that we are in the middle of week 13 of registration for the spring 2023 semester. Currently, as of this morning, we have 3,732 students. That's a head count. And week 13 of spring 2022, we had 3,654. So you see that there's just an ever so slight increase of our head count. Again, a lot of work to be done, still some data to clean up. So I'll be really excited to share a little bit more detail with you when we get back in our fall meeting. I would like to hand it over to our colleague, Todd and Dan from our MPR office.
Thank you, Thomasina. Hi, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley. I'm just going to give a brief introduction to Dan Miller, our Director of Marketing Communications. In our microcosm that is Santa Fe Community College, we kind of see the 60 programs, 60 some programs, and almost the same amount of support services, grant projects, and various issues as our clients. And the reason we're able to kind of juggle the volume is in no short part because of the work that Dan is doing. But I'm not sharing that to give him any kind of credit. I would never do that. I just wanted to point out that I am grateful for the information and the material he's going to share with you today is a kind of a top level SFCC strategic effort that he's been able to work through with his team on top of the whirlwind that exists. And so Dan, take it away.
Good afternoon, Chair Gamble, Vice Chair Pugh, Member Wilson, President Rowley. Hope you're all doing well this afternoon. As Todd mentioned, he wanted me to kind of give you an overview of some of the Pathways marketing campaigns that we've been running. I'm just going to try to share my screen here a second, and hopefully you will see all of this appropriately. But what we've got here is, with the whole institution moving to Pathways, the marketing department looked at all of the components and what that entailed, and really decided that we should put Pathways at the forefront of our marketing campaigns. And as such, we really wanted to introduce the Pathways concept and help create some new materials that would help students clarify, understand what's going on in their goals, and help them be able to choose a pathway that enable them to achieve what they want to accomplish. Again, we used a variety of marketing channels across those things to drive prospects to our landing pages. As such, many of you have seen the new website, but we've also developed some new marketing materials here. As you can see, this cover of a new 16-page brochure that sort of outlines all of the different pathways. Here's a few of the inside pages. Again, we're using QR codes to be able to take people directly into the different landing pages that we've got on our website.
I'm sorry to interrupt there, Dan, but I'm just seeing the title slide. If you're sharing.
All right, let me stop sharing that again and go back and see now if you are seeing this one.
There we go.
Is that okay? Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you, Todd. Okay, so for the again, just going back a little bit, this is cover of the new brochure we've created for Pathways. Again, using it in both a print and digital version. Features some QR codes to be able to take people directly into each of the individual pathways. Again, then we've, for each of the individual programs, created some fact sheets. Again, trying to leverage QR codes, being able to take them directly into our website and the different landing pages. Again, excuse me, trying for our box inserts, we've created some new inserts, again, using some QR codes, be able to take people into those pathway pages and really get them to be able to see what their opportunities are at the college. Again, this is some of the digital advertising that we're using that drives people into those landing pages. This is some of the general pages right now. They take them into either the main Pathways page or other specified landing pages that we create. Again, these materials take them straight into mostly into our Pathways landing page. As we continue to move forward, we're going to be bringing those people in even further into specific landing pages. Once people come to that main page, they're asked to make a choice. But if we can get that person who is interested in maybe healthcare or business to make that choice a little bit sooner from their advertising, we're getting them one step closer to being able to find the information that they want and be able to get on that path. Again, we've created some program-specific stuff as well that we're looking at and are currently finishing up revamping our website program pages so that they're more user friendly and that they better deliver some of the information for our prospective students.
Jody, do you have a question?
Yeah.
Member Pugh? Or
Hi, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Todd. A quick question. I think those are fantastic. Are those available on like the SFCC landing page? Or how's the average student or even myself find those?
So a lot of those materials are, we have just done an initial print run. And so we're going to be using some of those. So for example, in the boxes, we're also going to be putting them around campus in different places. We've got some brochures and pamphlets for the different programs and departments to use, as well as Marcos and his recruitment team. For the digital versions of those things, for example, on our landing page, we invite people to be able to, one of the ad offers is to be able to download the brochure. And so when they come and they hit that landing page, we have it set up so that when they hit that submit button, a digital version of the page with live links of the brochure gets downloaded to their site. Again, what we're trying to do is if we can capture some information from them and take that conversation from an indirect communication to a direct communication so we understand where that student is. Those are the things that as we continue to move forward in our recruitment development will really help yield better student results, I believe.
All right, thank you.
Just going back to the presentation again, the spring 23, the results have been very good. We ran advertising across a lot of different channels, using some print advertising on the local papers. We run a lot of broadcast with Comcast TV, and then we use a lot of digital platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, Spotify, as well as Google AdWords, which is a big one for us. And again, if you look at the slide, they're very successful in driving traffic to our website. The top landing pages during the recruitment period, which are those pages that get hit directly from a single click, are all ones that are being typically promoted through some measure by NPR. So it tends to generate significant new traffic, and again expose people to the programs, and then again continue to work on follow-up to get those folks to be students here at the college. And moving forward, we're going to continue to put pathways at the center of our marketing campaigns. We're going to utilize that structure to really break down some of our extensive program offerings into sort of smaller, more palatable, bite-sized chunks that students can understand. So if they're interested in healthcare or business or the trades, they're kind of coming in that way. And again, trying to get them the information that they need to be able to really find the programs that they want and find their place and succeed over at the college. And then just lastly, in order to be able to make sure that we have a clear vision into what we're doing, we're going to work with Anthony and the reporting team to try to be able to add some additional pathways level reporting into our BI dashboard, so that again we can kind of look at things as in different kind of chunks and different ways, so that we can help make sure that we're driving some inquiries and helping to find some new students here at the college. And with that, if there's any questions, Todd or I or Marcos be happy to answer.
Yes, Dan?
Yes, sir.
First question, a very, very humble one. The QR code, how does that work?
So someone just merely points their phone camera at it, and it brings up a website that if they are connected either via cell network or a Wi-Fi network, will take them to whatever landing page we've directed the QR code to send them to.
So it comes up on their phone?
Yes, sir.
So they have a computer in front of them and a phone in front of them, and then they get communication from the computer to the phone.
Or typically what you'll see with most of the traffic that we see, people are actually viewing these things on their phone or a tablet or other mobile device. So typically they go, most of our interactions with prospective students, when we look at the data, come through mobile devices initially. Typically that if as they move through the enrollment process, some of their communications, more of them will come through the website as well, sometimes through computers. But for many of our students, that cell phone is their computer.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Let me just raise a general interest in moving forward, thinking about to the extent that we are using pathways, we're marketing for pathways, it would be nice in the future to see also enrollment by pathway. So we're doing all this, if we're pushing pathways as a organizing principle, as a theme, well, we should be looking at our enrollment in the same way and changes in the enrollment. And also, and thinking more generally about enrollment, I would also be interested, we I'm sure would be interested in looking at some of the changes that are going on. For example, the Opportunity Scholarship and what sort of impact is that having on our enrollment? To what extent can we look at that? And certainly also the fact that we've recently changed our testing of students, of new students. So we no longer are using the AccuPlacer test and trying to look at what difference does that make? And I'm kind of just raising a number of questions or really issues that I think if we're going to know something, if we're going to learn something about our students, we have to start breaking down those categories and finding out, well, our students is the Opportunity Scholarship really making a difference? Where do we see that? Et cetera. So again, just a number of issues regarding enrollment, because enrollment has been such so problematic over the last 10 years. And while we're coming back slowly, we need to use every research we can to learn more about what students we have, what they're interested in, online students versus in classroom students. So that's my few words for enrollment.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I appreciate that feedback. Marcos, passing it on to you. I'll just add that the more that we can understand those segments and our effectiveness in those spaces is really what marketing is all about, is learning
Right.
from that and then leveraging those successes to build off of them. And so we're excited by the work that Dan's sharing, and it's opening up these avenues in ways that we haven't really had before. So without, it's a whole conversation, and let's get into it in the future, definitely. So thanks a lot, Dan. Marcos.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Todd and Dan. Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley, I will make this short and sweet regarding dual credit. So it's still very early on, but the early numbers look really, really promising. So as of this moment, we have nearly 500 registered dual credit students for spring 2023. And why is that exciting? Because we have not even started registering our dual credit cohort classes that are taught on the high school campus. And we are talking about Santa Fe Indian School, Capitol High School, Santa Fe High School, Early College Opportunities High School, Monte del Sol Charter High School. We are going to see some significant growth in those dual credit numbers, and I am very confident that those numbers are going to surpass our spring 2022 numbers, which were already very strong. Also, I want to share regarding dual credit. We are working behind the scenes with some of our very valuable partners over at the Santa Fe Public School District with the hopes of having some pathways implemented for our dual credit students for academic year 2023-2024. And we're talking about early childhood pathways, engineering pathways, and film pathways. So the district is really excited about that. We are excited here at SFCC, working very hard behind the scenes. So I look forward to sharing with you next academic year what that is all going to look like, because it's one thing, right, to get the students to enroll at Santa Fe Community College. And I've said this before and I'll say it again, the numbers are great. But what's more important is that these students are taking classes that are going to matter. So getting them here is one thing, but getting them to want to get engaged in their classes and want to complete, that is the ultimate goal. So we're really looking forward to what that's going to look like. And the last thing I'm going to share, Chair Gamble, members of the board, and President Rowley, for fall 2022, dual credit students made up almost 18% of the overall enrollment for Santa Fe Community College. And 85% of our dual credit students overall, 85% of them completed with a grade of C or higher. So we had an 85% success rate. So I just wanted to give a big shout out to our dual credit students and the hard work that they contribute to the success of our institution. Chair Gamble.
Thank you very much, Marcos. That was very good. The indeed dual credit, or it's fascinating once again to look at that and look at the numbers of them that are moving on to community college. And of course, it would be interesting to look at all of those dual credit students and how many of them are going on to other institutions as well, following your point. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Gamble.
Okay, who's up? Faculty Senate report, is that where we are?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Jared Valdez is our new Faculty Senate Chair. So I want to welcome Jared, and we welcome your report. Thanks for being here, Jared.
Thanks, President Rowley. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Gamble, members of the board, colleagues. Many of you I know. If I haven't met you, it's nice to meet you. I hope we get to know each other better in the future. So, yeah. I'm just going to read my report here for y'all real quick. And then if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. Again, my name is Jared Valdez, and I'm the new president of the Faculty Senate. For the early part of a decade, I worked in the English departments at Central New Mexico Community College and the University of New Mexico. During my PhD studies at UNM, I was elected president of the graduate students during the tumultuous pandemic years of 2019 and 2020. That's when I worked closely with deans, presidents, administrators, and faculty in restoring a sense of structure and peace to the campus. But of course, before all of that, I was a student here at the Santa Fe Community College. So back in the day, I received my associate's degree in general studies. So this place means a lot to me. And yeah, I'm happy to be here. As the new chair of the faculty, I hope to bring a motivated, strong, and structured presence to the Senate, yet with a humble, productive, and positive attitude, as I definitely look forward to working with each and every one of you. I know I've been able to work with some of you, and it's been a pleasure, so I look forward to it. First, I'd like to assure everyone present that the Faculty Senate is united, strong, and stable. We understand that there were issues last semester concerning a change in leadership and a loss of some Faculty Senate officers. However, all these positions have been filled by faculty members who we fully support. Gerald Freeman, Jerry, he's our new vice president. Dave Seco has remained on as secretary. Gianna Hernandez is the new communications officer, and our new adjunct faculty reps are Craig Donaldson, Tony Kaufman, and Rachel Mangini. Each one of these individuals is qualified, inspired to keep the Senate running at full strength, and they have our backing. Our new leadership is looking forward to harvesting a culture of bridge building, ultimately, as we look forward to working closely with all of you. So getting into some of the concerns at our recent Senate meeting, one concern this semester presented by the faculty were issues concerning adjunct contracts and pay. I know many of these problems have been resolved. However, the Senate is concerned that adjuncts should have more support from the administration. This problem is, of course, an issue that affects most colleges around the country. But still, we believe that it'd be great if the SFCC could be an example by increasing the average pay instructors get per class, which now averages only around $750. This contributes to another issue the Senate is concerned about, and that is obtaining and retaining talent at the faculty level. We believe more support, pay, and structure will allow us to hire and keep faculty that bring insurmountable value to our college and our students. One other issue that was brought up was actually at the joint faculty and staff meetings, where there were discussions about the new food services that will be provided on campus. The Senate would like you all to be aware that we acknowledge the peculiar circumstances the college is under in obtaining a new food vendor. Still, the faculty would like to have more of a voice in matters such as this, because we believe there is a positive, there are productive guidance some of us could lend to these discussions. For example, the heads of the culinary department were eager to lend their advice and expertise, which included possible ways to include the culinary students in future plans for food service. We also understand not all members of the faculty can be present at all committees and boards that are established by the administration. However, after a productive discussion with President Rowley and Vice President Peters, we believe we can bridge that gap of communication by allowing us as a Senate to pick our own representatives on future committees that might be organized. This isn't to say that we don't trust who is chosen. We just believe this process will be more appeasing to the faculty and will ultimately inspire a culture of inclusion and working together, again, back to bridge building. And that's what we hope we can bring. Finally, as a member of the English department and the English faculty, I'd like to update you all on the developmental redesign and the new placement measures in the English department. I know, Chairman, you mentioned a few of those. We are conducting one pilot of English 100 this semester, taught by Lauren Smith, the course developer. That on-ground section has filled completely, so we're happy about that. We are running 10 sections of 110L. That accelerated learning lab accompanies 1110. We seem not to have run into any issues with regards to student enrollment therein. Some questions have arisen from chairs in other departments about prerequisites and what languages to use now that 109 has been archived. We hope to see those clarified before the summer-fall registration period begins. Still, the Senate would like to reiterate that we have seen a positive response among faculty and students concerning the new measures, and we are definitely eager for the future of this project. Finally, our first faculty Senate meeting will be held this semester on Friday at 10 a.m. Again, I look forward to working with all of you. It's certainly great to meet you. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them for you.
Great. Thank you very much, Jared. Nice to meet you and good to have your report.
Thank you, Chairman.
And
Hey, George. Oh, go ahead.
When you started talking about the representation on the food committee, I started wondering if the faculty had specific tastes in mind for the culinary delights.
Yeah, of course, steak and lobster, shrimps, just the basics. That's all.
Just the
basics.
That's what we're getting.
Yeah,
yeah.
fresh pasta every day, right?
Every day, yeah. As long as it's hand rolled, then we're in.
Yeah, of course. Okay, Jody, please.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, welcome, Jared. Good
Thank you.
to meet you and welcome back, I guess, as well.
Yes, yes,
I have a
absolutely.
couple. So when is the next faculty senate meeting?
We are going to meet on Friday, this Friday. That's at 10
Oh,
a.m. Yeah.
and then did they meet in December?
Yeah, we met once pre-semester. That's when we elected our new officials. That's when I got elected. And we went over some issues, but not too many. That was our first pre-semester meeting. So I think I'll definitely have more to report to you all on after our first Senate meeting on Friday.
Yeah, that's no worries there. And okay, because the last minutes we had were from the November 11th meeting.
From
And I
November
wasn't
11th.
sure.
Okay.
And so I wasn't sure what was going on. But
Yeah, I think that you might have gotten previous minutes from our new communications officer. That might have been something that happened there, but I will definitely next time get you the most recent meeting minutes for sure.
okay, and just a couple. I mean, I'm thrilled you're here. I think you'll do a great job. There's a great faculty here, and it even speaks volumes that you're back, right? And
Thank you.
from being
Thank you
here
so much.
before.
Yes. Yeah.
Just a couple things. I don't know if this would help. They're just merely suggestions, but a lot of times when I read the faculty senate meetings, you go around to the different committees and the liaisons that are part of the faculty senate that are liaisons to those committees. And I was wondering if there's roles or responsibilities or expectations for those liaisons, because we really struggle with communication. And a lot of times as they go through the different committees, there's nothing to report. And I feel like in the long run, that just really shorts the faculty, right? That they don't hear what's going on, they don't know what's going on. And so I have no idea, but I was just wondering if there were expectations for people that serve in those roles. And and if you might want to look at that. The other my other suggestion is, I love the budget stuff. And so I noticed under the money part, the college does have a lot of money. There's a lot of money floating around out there right now, just in society as a whole, for a lot of projects. But I think there's an opportunity there to break down the college budget into maybe, money has different colors, right? The different buckets or colors of money. To break it down into 3 or 4, maybe 5 buckets or different colors of money, and track those and report back to the faculty. Because even though we have a lot of money, some of it's restricted, some of it's for salaries. And that way the faculty could watch through the year as those buckets kind of change and grow and decrease depending on what's happening financially. But it would also help everybody understand the structure of our budget. Anyways, just another opportunity. So I'm sure you'll make great improvements and do wonderful things, but that's just my suggestions.
Oh, thank you,
Thank-
Jody. I appreciate those suggestions. I really do. And I think one of the main things we want to do, I certainly want to do as president, is we want to build a stronger communication between not only within faculty, but within faculty, administration, and staff, right? We want to be peaceful bridge builders, as I said. And yes, of course, those members, they have requirements, right? And we will make sure that they are abiding by those. I will say that some of those reports, they work on projects that are multiple months long. So they don't really necessarily have something major to report until those projects are done, which then they do. Some of them have more things to report every single week, like AUP, etc. But I will absolutely keep that in mind. And keeping everybody on board and in communication is key, right? Because that avoids so many problems. And like I said, we want to harvest a culture of inclusion, and the best way to do that is through communication. And for sure, in terms of budget, we get that. And I would love to, share more details about that, understand it more. And of course, be productive if there's anything we could possibly do in the future. Again, like you said, more money is always good for everyone. So we get to keep our professors, hire good ones, and that's good for our college, our students, and everyone else. But of course, we're understanding, and that's one thing you'll learn about me is I'm understanding and here to learn and also communicate these things to everyone else. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's just opportunities to communicate more and to teach, which I always never want to see those passed up, right?
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Zuby?
Well, welcome. Thank you for your service, President Valdez. Congratulations on getting Jerry to be an officer. That's a big step.
Oh yeah, thank you, Zuby. Yep, and he's gonna be great vice. I couldn't do it without Jerry. So
The one thing I wanted to mention is you had talked about wanting the faculty to have a role in choosing representatives on committees. And I think going back to last month's minutes, Chair Gamble was asking, are people feeling accountable? And I think if to a large degree, if someone other than Faculty Senate chooses a representative, that accountability that person feels is more to the body or the people who have appointed them than to the Senate. So it's very, if the Senate doesn't have the right to appoint them, then they don't necessarily feel or have any accountability back to the Senate. So I think that's a very good thing to focus on and work on.
no, absolutely. That Zuby, that was my point exactly. We're gonna have a member of the Senate anyways. Coming to me, I can present it to them, and we can pick somebody. Then that puts responsibility on us. We can be reliable, we can be happy for it, and that will appease so many people, right? There's a member of the staff's going to be on there anyways. Why not break all these barriers of communication, etc. by, hey, this person we think is going to be great. Then, like you said, we're responsible. We have it on our board, and we chose. And then I can go to the faculty as the chair and tell them, hey, this was our representative. This is what they have to say, etc. And I think and hope that would definitely cut down on so much potential issues. Yeah.
Great. Any other questions or comments for Jared? Okay, Jared, thank you very kindly. And again, welcome. We'll look forward to working with you.
Thank you all very much. It was nice to meet you. Thanks for the kind words, everyone. Take care.
Okay, Staff Senate report.
Okay,
Mr.
good
Gutierrez.
Yes, Chair Gamble. Good afternoon, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley. Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of Staff Senate. Let me start out by saying the Staff Senate is happy to announce that Tammy McClellan, she's a program specialist at the testing center, has agreed to fill the remaining term on the vacant co-chair position. Unfortunately, Tammy is unable to be with us here today. The staff is very thankful to Tammy for agreeing to step into this leadership role. Staff Senate is currently getting familiar with Workday for payroll, finance, and human resources. Dr. Rowley talked about this earlier. And we are encouraged to continue to reach out for training to become more comfortable with our new system. Staff was also reminded that a learning curve is to be expected as we all adjust to the new system. Staff Senate would like to recognize and thank Dr. Morimoto, Vice President Dr. Morimoto, for his continued communication, his input from Staff Senate on changes to the hiring process, and what topics and information staff is most interested in as it pertains to our upcoming Professional Development Day. With that, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley, I staff for any questions or clarification on the staff meeting minutes that you received in your packet.
Thank you very much, Robert. Comments or questions for Robert Gutierrez? Zuby.
Without sounding like a broken record, I'm curious if you've had any translation services at meetings at this point, and related to that is the Spanish speaking members of the staff. What is your mechanism for communicating with them?
So Member Wilson, thank you for the question. So, we've had this topic come up before, and it's a logistical piece right now based on, because we're doing online services, and there's a big logistical piece that we have to work out. We've also reached out to see how many would want to be involved. Are we really looking to see how many staff that need that translation would be able to be online? And there's a lot of logistics involved. What's really nice now is that we can kind of focus now that we're going to be in person when we start in February, and then now we can focus on those translators for when we're in our in-person meetings. So it wasn't that we forgot; there was a lot of logistical pieces that we were trying to figure out.
And I'm not sure if I'm 100% correct on this, but my understanding is many of the Spanish-speaking staff members don't have emails. And so if you're communicating primarily through email, I don't think they're getting the communication.
Actually,
I think you almost have to go department by department to find them.
Yeah, well, what we did, Member Wilson, is I reached out, some other people reached out to the actual supervisors within the custodial areas or those where we thought, and asked them for feedback or to give, to kind of come back and say, how many people would like to be involved in this? What is the interest? What is, and then we could then move on. We didn't get a lot of response, to be honest. So, it's kind of one of those things where we were saying, do we move forward? How do we move forward? If there's a need to move forward. So I hope that answers your question, Member Wilson.
No, I
appreciate to know.
Go ahead.
I apologize. Just a point of clarification. I have also reached out to the custodial supervisor and crew and said, what's the best way for us to reach out to them? Because we do surveys regularly, right? We want to include them. And the response that I received was that email is actually a preferred way of communication to them rather than going out there with papers or something like that. So just a point of clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
Okay. Any other comment or question for Robert? If not, thank you very much, Robert. And now we have the pleasure of inviting Chris Mendonca to have his oath of office. Chris, are you still around?
Yes, I am.
Very good. You passed your first major test. You have withstood our meeting time. So do you have in front of you your oath of office, or should I read it?
I do have it in front of me, Chair Gamble.
Okay. So if you would go ahead and read it out loud, then we can swear you in.
Yes, sir. I, Christopher Mendonca, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Mexico, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the office of member, Santa Fe Community College Board, Santa Fe, New Mexico, which I am about to enter, according to the law and the best of my abilities. So help me God.
Very good. Welcome. Great to have you.
Well, Good afternoon, Chair Gamble, members of the board, and Dr. Rowley. First off, I just want to thank you all for the warm welcomes for me to get on. And this January, that SGA actually swore in the new SGA office on January 18th. We all look forward to working with such an amazing team and to bring the students' voice. We will actually be having our first official meeting on February 6th in person and on Teams. We are recruiting for a secretary and a senator at the moment. With our activities, student activities sponsored a welcome back week. We had 2 tables around the campus, which allowed us to direct students to their classrooms or their departments, give out student handbooks, and provide treats to at least 100 students. The treats consisted of bananas, oranges, and apples. Coming up in February, SGA and student activities are collaborating to bring some awesome events. So the 1st through the 28th, we will be posting information and fun facts about Black History Month in the campus center. Additionally, SGA and student activities will be sponsoring an event to celebrate and honor Black History Month. The date is to be determined at the moment. The 10th through the 12th, SGA officers, myself, and Treasurer Gray will be traveling to New Orleans to attend the ASGA conference on student government. We're expecting to attend this conference and learn on how we can be exceptional SGA members and how to engage with the students. February 14th, SGA will be sponsoring a meet and greet with Valentine's treats. And on actually the 13th, student activities will also be celebrating National Kindness Day as well. That is all on my end, and I will now stand for any questions.
Well, sounds like you got a busy schedule for the next month. Good.
Yes, super excited.
And you know, we super welcome you to the board, and that means that communication with the board members about interests and anything that you want to bring up at a future board meeting, you can let us know during the month, and we can bring that up as an item to discuss or whatever.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Chair Gamble.
Okay, Zuby.
Welcome aboard. One thing I'm curious about is how you see the role of the SGA president and the SGA in advocacy. There are a lot of policy making in our state legislature and nationally that certainly impacts students, student aid, all those sorts of things. Do you think that hasn't always been a focus of our SGA? Is that something you would be interested in?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I am a first generational college student, and with everything else that's going on in the laws, I personally want to be a big voice to the community here at SFCC. I want to be a big voice and see what I can do to not only help the students with what they need, but also to see how far we can take this with the next SGA members for future years to come.
Cool. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments?
Congratulations. Oh, sorry. Congratulations, Christopher. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thanks again, Chris. We'll look. Do you go by the name of Chris or Christopher?
Either or. I tell people you can call me whatever you want to call me. Don't call me late for dinner.
Okay. So we can call you either or
Yes.
or.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you all so much.
Okay. Okay, the consent agenda. We have minutes from the last December, from our December board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I move to approve.
Second?
I agree to second with the understanding that I missed the end of last meeting, so.
Okay. And all in favor of approving them, indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay, approved. Thank you. And now we have Ms. Mulry to talk to us about policy matters. Laura, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Good.
I think Dr. Rowley wanted to say something, but it was, we couldn't hear you, Dr. Rowley.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
No,
you're
shows that
you're
it shows
muted.
that you're
You're
it
muted.
shows
Becky.
that you're yeah.
I don't think she's muted. We're just not hearing her.
Yeah.
Okay, either you're muted or we're muted, but in any case, we're not hearing you.
Yeah, she might be muted on her computer versus the program.
Well, it's nice to see that technical problems are democratically distributed.
I know.
Everybody has them. Are you writing notes, Becky? You gonna hold up note to your screen?
We still can't hear you. I know there's a lot of gremlins in the works today.
Yes. Okay. So that, yeah. So all of these policies, 2.1, 2.4, 3.15, 4-9, and 4.10 were all reviewed at the previous meeting, and they are on the consent agenda. Policy owners and authors are on standby in case there are last minute questions, but you can approve these all in one vote if there aren't any that you wanted to remove from the consent agenda.
Okay. Zuby.
I just had a comment or a question about 2.1. If I might not, I'm not saying to take it off the agenda, but under.
Bobby is here and she can answer questions you might have on that.
So I'm just 2N. It has unauthorized display or distribution of any written notices such as flyers, posters, brochures, etc. I just think we're a public entity, and I think we might want to review that the Gutman versus the State Fair lawsuit established that on public areas like I think our campuses falls under that cannot restrict political speech.
Thank you, Zuby. May I address that now, Laura?
Please.
Can I just go ahead and get in there? The reason that that's in our student code of conduct is because we have had experience in the last 10 years of folks coming to the campus and posting vulgar or nude or inappropriate postings on the bulletin boards throughout campus. As far as law enforcement is concerned, the college is private property, and we do own the display boards where we list announcements. If we find them taped to a wall somewhere else, then that's an investigation to call in for law enforcement. But we do have authority over the posting boards on campus. So this item has been in there for many, many years, but it has been very helpful for the times that we have odd and sometimes very disturbing postings on campus.
I'm not disagreeing. All I'm saying is I think we might want to have legal take a look at that because the State Fair paid out a substantial sum to Abe Gutman for their trying to restrict his ability to do political speech at the State Fair.
And this has
Yes,
already been through legal review.
Yes, it has already been in legal review.
The next meeting. Okay. Yeah, we'll say now that we
Oh,
started.
I'm not sure who's talking.
Okay, good job. I'll see you in a bit. What time are you leaving? 5, right?
Can everybody mute that's not
See you in a bit.
Bobby and Laura?
Whoops.
Does that answer your question, Zuby? It has been vetted by our legal team. It has been a tool we've had to use in the past, and I think it's vital we keep it. And it does not infringe upon expression of free speech if it's something to do with the college. If it's something to do with I'm offering babysitting or I'm got a car to sell, we have that separate board for things to be posted for personal advertisements and such.
I just think we have to be careful of limiting political speech because I think that lawsuit clearly dictated and,
Sure.
and the community college, like the state fair, is public property.
Well, actually, it's not. It's private property that we're maintaining a public service for, but the actual containment of the building is our property. And so we do have authority over the postings. It's a public institution offered to the public, but the building itself and how our policies run is the ownership belongs to the community college.
Yeah, but even private malls are subject to being open public space because they've become the new community forum. I'm not saying I want to vote against this. I just think we should be very careful because the state fair paid out a substantial sum in a lawsuit involving restricting speech.
Okay, point taken. Thank you.
Okay, Jody.
Hello. Quick question now that I've read this again. So in 2-1 on F7E, parking and traffic rules. So people cannot ride bikes on the sidewalks. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct. We have had instances where students would either ride their bike or generally a skateboard on the sidewalks of the campus. And because of the exuberance of youth, they're not going to go nice and slow through the crowd. They're going to speed up and go through and see whatever tricks they can do on their board. So it is necessary for us to confine where they can be riding bikes, where they can use their skateboards. And it's necessarily also for security, the security team. We've had lately with the cold weather and the icing, we've had folks come after hours and make traffic donuts and things like that. So we're trying to limit any access where a student could be in harm's way.
Oh, okay. Do we have designated bike lanes then on the roads and through the parking lots?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Yeah, just for clarification. And then should I move on to a different one? I have a question about that. Okay. On 3-15, the microcredit, we had talked about the first year student success course, and I saw that you deleted it in this version. But then under, let's see, I think it's C5, page 4, it talks about meeting the requirements of the first year student success. Anyways, it's just confusing because it's the first time you mention it now in the policy because you deleted the other section. Let's see if I can bring it up.
My apologies. That was probably my oversight. So I will delete that.
We just need to get that out of there. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. You see what I'm talking about? Okay.
Yeah.
And then in policy 4.9, a couple times you mentioned the discrimination and harassment. You mentioned under responsibilities that people are to notify their immediate management or supervisor or HR. And so I kind of, what I was wondering is, that's putting people on notice. I've been in that position myself, right? in management where anybody can walk up and tell you something, and then you've been put on notice essentially of harassment. And I was wondering, do we have training that backs that up for the managers and the supervisors? Do they have specific training that's mandatory, I guess, since they might be put in that position?
We do. I'm going to invite Yash to talk about that. I believe he's here. Can't hear you, Becky. I'm sorry. Is Yash here or Jane?
I am here. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? I was just trying to see if my mic was actually transmitting sound, so I was going back and forth between the computers, so I apologize. Can you please repeat the question?
Hey, yeah, I can repeat it. I just have bagpipe practice going on in the background, so I'm trying to stay muted.
Good. I was wondering if it was coming from me. So
that's my house.
You're transmitting. I'm like, I'm not seeing that it's transmitting, but okay. Or the voice, the mic was on, so I apologize. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Pretty soon it'll be full blown bagpipes here, so then I'll probably go silent. But so my question was in 4.9, discrimination and harassment. Under responsibilities, you state a few times that supervisors, managers can be put on notice by someone, right? That they've had that happen to them. So I was just asking about the training, if the training was mandatory.
Yes.
Okay.
It is mandatory.
All right, that's really it.
We're offering it annually, and we're planning to offer the same thing this semester. I mean, this year, as well. So, one of the things we've done starting last year was making sure that an online training is available to all full-time faculty members and all staff members. One of the things we're hoping to do this semester, when we offer it again, is to make it available to adjunct faculty members in addition, who's interested in taking those classes. And it is mandatory for the full-time faculty members and also all the staff, regardless of full-time, part-time status. And it's online, so you could do it on demand. And in addition to that, we're planning to give some time during the Spring Professional Development Day for people to use their time to finish that training. So we have a number of different training opportunities and a number of different ways to get there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's all my questions on the policy. Thanks, Josh.
Okay, any other questions or comments on the policies put forward as drafts?
I guess I have one more question about 2.1. I'm just wondering, when we first started doing micro-credentials, we were requiring that they have some industry support, some sort of national industry organizations. I don't see that in the policy. Is that something we intentionally omitted, or is it?
So that's actually policy
2-1, and I think Laura's trying to correct you. It's not 2-1.
Yeah, it's 315, and Chris Swedin is here to respond.
Good afternoon. The answer is we didn't actually require industry certifications. Many times the non-credit badges were put together with industry certifications, but some of them also were based on classes that we created at Santa Fe Community College. So it could be either or, so there wasn't really any need to further clarify that in the policy. What we did clarify though was academic and non-academic. So academic, for instance, will follow the requirements, for instance, the program learning outcomes of credit classes. And non-credit will still be more flexible based on the needs of industry or what the specifications are of particular classes that we design.
And it is possible to get credit or pass a class and not receive any micro-credentials, or to receive micro-credentials without passing a class. Is that correct?
That is the intention of this policy, that it gives us more flexibility. And also, for instance, if it was a full 16-week class, you could also perhaps break down the class into its component parts so that you could get a credential, a micro credential, and then in addition, you would get a grade for the entire class.
Okay. Thank you, Zuby. Chris, thank you very much. Any other comments or questions about these policies? If not, we'll go ahead and approve them. Do I have a motion to approve all of them?
So moved.
A second.
Okay. And in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimously approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairman Gamble and the board, President Rowley. It's my pleasure to be working with you.
Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you,
Thank
Laura.
you, Laura. Okay, any items removed from the agenda for discussion? None that I'm aware of. So we move on to our non-consent items and our favorite topic, finances. And we invite in the chair of all of our financial matters, Nick Tellis. Nick, welcome.
I like my new title, but I'll take it. Thank you.
I don't see your crown. I don't see your crown. You're supposed to have a little gold crown on, aren't you?
No, never. Maybe a shield and like a sword or something. I don't know. But so yes, Mr. Chairman and members of the governing board and President Rowley, thank you for hearing the financials today. What we have is November and December financials. To keep this short, I'll just reference December since it's the most recent information. As you know, we only met one time between November and December, so that's why that occurs. And so at a high level, at the end of December, so the end of our calendar year, we had operating cash balances of $34 million compared to 17 million in the prior year. That's a $16.7 million increase. It sounds like a large increase, but it's because of the timing of when we received mill levy revenue this year, and compared to last year, we had received it in December. We ended up receiving it in January. So the timing's a little off there. It'll even out in when we visit the January report. So with that, everything looks good financially. Strong mill levies coming in, state appropriations as well. They're up about 23% due to increased appropriations, mainly for compensation that we have implemented this year. And on the entire in total revenues for ING, they were up $7.5 million, and that's up 70% year over year. But again, it's really the mill levy thing that the timing is off at the end of December there. So those numbers will even out in the January report. Total ING expenses were up 9%. That's up 1.3 million from year to year, totaling 16.8 million at the end of December. And with that is basically it from a very high level. With the report again, financials for the end of December look good as we would expect. And so no news is good news here, really, I hope. With that, I can answer any questions you might have on the reports.
Nick, when would we expect to be able to analyze the impact of the Opportunity Scholarship?
I think we're getting to that point. I think that there's some challenges with the the way that it is orchestrated through HED and the college. I think Becky might have some insight on that.
Well, I would just say, Mr. Chair, we're not getting any extra money because of the Opportunity Scholarship. You know, the money goes directly to the students. So, you know, our head count is up 4%, depending upon who those students are and whether they're paying the senior rate of tuition or the full rate of tuition. We could look at, Nick and Amy could tell you in a second, if they looked at the right numbers, what that increase has been. But Opportunity Scholarship doesn't go to any of the colleges. And I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding about that at the legislative level, because they say, you're getting all this money, but we're not getting anything. It's going, it's aid to students, kind of like Pell or something.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And it would be paid for by the student if it wasn't paid for by Opportunity. So it's sort of like a neutral thing. But if it encourages more students to come to college, that's where we can generate more revenue.
Right.
We're seeing that slightly right now in the enrollment report, right? Up 5% in head count. And the real numbers that I look at are student credit hours, because that's what students pay for. They pay per credit hour. And those are pretty flat.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Okay. Any other comments, questions for Nick? Well, that was easy.
I think we would need
Chair, we do need a vote on that.
Oh, okay.
I move approval.
Okay.
I second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Unanimously approved. Information items. Fiscal year 21-22 financial audit.
Yes, Mr. Chair, board members and President Rowley, we have the presentation of our FY22 financial audit. And with me, I have Jaime Rumbawa with Axiom CPAs who performed our audit. They were the independent auditor that we're required to have each year. And so did you want to start out with anything, Jaime? I wanted to talk a little bit about the financials in the audit, but.
Yeah, I'll just, Nick, I thank you, and thank you for pronouncing my last name properly. That's always really hard, but yeah, I just want to go over the basic. That's what I want to
Okay.
do.
Go right ahead. Let me know if you want me to share anything off of our audit.
Okay. Let me. Yeah, can you share the financial statement quick, and I'll let you know. I'll go by the PDF page number, probably sure. Okay.
Can you see it? Yeah.
Yeah, can you go to page 5, PDF page 5. Let's see, page 2 is the actual page. Nick.
Which page?
PDF page number 5. Or page 2. There you go. One more page. Okay. Thank you. All right. Chair Gumbel, President Rowley, member of the board, and everyone. Good afternoon. Just want to go over a few section of the financial report. First, this report has been released by the State Auditor's Office back in December 6, 2022. Probably one of the first report that we released. So kind of quicker this time than in the past. So that means it's already a public document. Everyone can go to the state auditor website and download your report. On this page, I just want to highlight our opinion. So the audit opinion we have is starting fiscal year 2022 completely changed. One thing that I want to highlight is the first paragraph. We now include the opinion as the first section of the report. It used to be towards the end. So basically, our auditing standard pretty much saying that the opinion is your most important section of the report. So you got it there. You kind of read it. What it's a clean opinion that we're giving. It's the highest form of opinion that you can get. So anytime the state, DFA, higher ed, or grantor, the federal grantor look into your report, this is the first and most important thing they look at. So, Nick, can you move to the next page? So this section, I just want to highlight again with the changes that we have. Our auditor responsibility right now, it's more detailed. We basically explain our responsibilities, the prior year report, or our report in the past 10 years, or doesn't really talk so much of what our responsibilities are. For example, we now talk about like professional judgment. That the audit involves a lot of judgment, right? And also we talk about going concern. Under all the standard, we don't talk about going concern. We basically we impliedly say that there's no going concern issue, but on the new report, you can see there one of the last bullet point on this page, we now talk about whether there's any substantial doubt about going concern. Again, going concern normally not an issue for government entities compared to like commercial companies, startup, where they can close their discontinue their operation, right, because of funding, or if they're not making money. But those are the significant changes. Also, we're required to state whether we are independent with the organization. We don't say that in the past. So again, it's all kind of requirement by the new auditing standard that took effect in fiscal year 2022. Nick, can you go to page 5, please? Okay. This is your condensed financial information for the net position, and I just want to highlight this information because of, again, the way how we presented it is you have your GAAP net position, and then you have your adjusted or non-GAAP. Basically, we add back the pension and OPEB related items, because right now, if you can see on the net position, it looks like you only have 24 million as of 2022 of net position, right? But if we add back all the pension and OPEB related item. I mean, we call them all paper right now. Those are paper liabilities, right? You don't have to pay them. It's what it means is it's increased contribution or lower benefit in the future years. But it's always a moving target. Every year it changes depending on estimates that use by ERB. But if we remove those adjustment, right, you're looking around for June 30, 2022, your uh, net position actually 126 million, which is like 9 million higher than fiscal year 2021 from 117 million. I just want to highlight this, and this is your MDNA or management discussion analysis. It's kind of good document to bridge between your GAAP and your non-GAAP financial information. But the non-GAAP numbers, that's really your I would say for internal purposes, your real net position or equity as of year end. Let's see. Can you go to the next page, Nick? Okay. I want to cover just the first table, which is your change in net position, right? In a commercial sense, this is your net income, right? Whether it's a positive if you have more revenue than expenditure, right? But in 2021, you have adjusted net position of 13.3 million, a little bit lower in 2022. It's not 9 million in fiscal year 2022, but you can see that line pension and OPEB, right? That number can go up, it can go down, right? As I mentioned, again, it depends on what estimate they use. So that's why we're adding it back, or we're removing it to that amount. Like in fiscal year 2022, you have really a benefit, meaning the liability went down in 2022. In 2021, it went up, so that's why we're adding it back. But basically, what we're trying to do is kind of get back to what that amount should be by removing that pension and OPEB adjustment or impact on your income statement.
And just to clarify, the pension in the OPEB is really the requirements we have through ERB for our retirement benefit, and also some retiree health care benefits that we provide to our employees.
Thank you, Nick. Nick, can you go to page 61? Nine, oh no, 61.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did the PDF 61.
Oh, yeah, PDF 69. Okay. So this page is what we call the schedule of finding and question cause. So what this is, it's required by OMB. Every time you spend federal funding for 750,000, this summary is required schedule. But you can look into it. It's kind of good snapshot of what happened in fiscal year 2022. Like on the first section, it talks about the type of report. We already talked about that. Our opinion is clean, or under the standard we call it unmodified, but it's a clean opinion, right? it also talks about internal control over financial reporting, right? We look into your controls on disbursement, payroll, cash receipt, and also we look into a lot of compliance requirement under the state audit rule. But as far as our review of the internal controls and compliance, we're not aware of any material weakness or any significant deficiency in the internal controls. However, we'll discuss in a bit. We have a compliance finding that we note. Again, this is other matters. It's like the lowest level of finding that you can get. On the federal awards, we tested the CARES Act, what we call the HERP, the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund. We provided a clean opinion on that audit. That program alone, I think it was 5.75 million in expenditure. So by testing that major program, we covered 48%, I think, of the total expenditure. There's 12 million of federal expenditure, and we covered 48%. We're only required to cover 20%. So we made that minimum requirements. In a single audit, we do a lot of testing. Like the significant one we look at is whether you're spending it properly, right? All the like providing those funds to the student or spending it to allowable activities and costs in accordance with the grant agreement. That's the most significant thing that we look at. We look into procurement, we look into reporting, cash management, and other test provision. Based on those testing, we didn't find any issue on the single audit. Although we tested a lot of transactions. Again, the procedure we perform is in accordance with what's provided by the federal government and as well as by our auditing standards. Next page, Nick. Okay, I mentioned there's we have other non-compliance finding. Again, this is other matter. It's normally required by the state audit rule for us to report it. So this is not really significant finding, if you may. However, this finding relates to the component unit, not to the college. However, the college has that oversight responsibility, the component unit. That's why it's included in this report. And the finding relates to pledged collateral requirement. The bank did not provide any pledged collateral to the foundation deposit. So there was I think 431,000 of collateralized that should have been required under the New Mexico statute. So, and again, during our exit meeting, the representative from the bank acknowledged this issue, and going forward, it will be addressed. Let's see. As far as the audit goes this year, I was pleased to communicate that we didn't have any difficulties. Everyone, finance, Nick, Amy, and the team, they were on top of everything. Every time we request something, they're very timely. And then again, we didn't have any adjustment on the financial, so that denotes a very quality documents that were provided to us. So again, the audit went well, and I think if you kind of rate the audit compared to the one that we do, this audit easily can go to the top as far as the quality of information that were provided to us.
Wonderful. Very pleased to hear that. I mean, you've been doing a great job for us. And yeah, any questions, comments? Yes, Jody.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just one question, Jaime, about that finding. So is that the bank's process and the bank's responsibility to have that collateral, or is there anything that SFCC is supposed to do in that process?
So SFCC should, I guess it's more on monitoring on the part of the college to or foundation to check the bank. Hey, did you meet, pretty much obtaining that statement from them and comparing it whether that you have enough. But it's definitely the bank to provide that information. But ultimately, it's the organization that has that responsibility, right? But it's about, I guess, the monitoring and communication, I think.
So it's a check and balance kind of situation.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're
Good job, Nick.
Yeah, Nick and Amy.
I can't, Mr. Chair and board members, I can't take much credit for this other than just trying to hold the nail while the team hammers it away. But I do have the real honor and privilege of working with an incredible team. These folks that we have at the college are really top notch. And the enormous pressure that they've been under with a conversion to the Workday and Chess effort, as well as trying to get Jaime on the audit, everything he needs to do to make sure that we don't violate the statute requiring us to turn in our audit at November 1st every year. I mean, I honestly don't know how they put it together. And so I just need to highlight the fact that we have such an exceptional financial people at the college. And I can't speak any more highly of them. It's really hard to find these types of folks, and the college has them. And so we need to make sure that we definitely do everything we can do to keep them around. And then just to mention on the college side, we didn't have any findings, and with the collateralization of the college's bank account, that all worked out and checked out fine. It is the foundation's bank account that did end up kind of, we got a big apology from the bank because they should be able to notify us or check in with us, but it is, like Jaime says, management of the college is responsible for keeping control and track of all of these things. And so it is our responsibility to make sure we have things in place. And we have currently worked with the bank on the foundation to make sure we have systems so that we don't run into this in the future. But, and I'm especially proud of the federal report on federal awards, because the past 2 years, and as Jaime mentioned, we had, like $12 million in federal CARES money and emergency relief funding for higher ed. We received a lot of that money, $12 million, without any rules associated with it. But the team kind of, did what they could based upon how you normally handle these types of dollars. And we use those best practices in order to keep track of these things. And our accounting folks did a really heck of a job keeping track of that stuff, because there wasn't any rules really early on. They kind of gave the money and then they established the rules later on, and it was a wild time the last couple years. And to not get any findings on that, I was really worried about it. But to not get any findings, it does really speak highly of the ability.
I agree with that, Nick, that was loosely written to begin with. You know, you can spend here and there, and but yeah, they kind of late to provide more guidance into that one. But yeah, we tested a lot of transaction, and everything is good. So yeah, that says a lot.
Right. Wonderful. Any other comments or questions about our audit? And this is just, we don't have to vote on that. We just move on. Thank you.
Chair, Chair, it looks like Zuby has his hand up. I don't know if that's from before, maybe.
Oh, I don't see.
That was, thank you, Jody, but that was from before.
Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Jaime.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jaime.
Okay, now we can ask Dr. Morimoto and Ms. Gallegos to talk to us about the strategic plan mid-year update.
Julie, take it away, because it's all you more than me. So I appreciate your work.
Good afternoon, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley. I did present you with a written report as a mid-year update for the strategic plan. As you may recall, our planning cycle goes from summer to summer. So here we are at the halfway point with tracking our initiatives, taking those to the executive team, getting feedback at that level, making sure that people are held accountable and moving forward with their initiatives. And I would have to say that at this stage, we're doing really well. Again, we have this whole next semester and part of the summer to go on some of these initiatives, but I feel like we've had major success with, of course, the chess initiative, which President Rowley gave an update on earlier in the meeting, and also with the launch of Pathways, which the group from Marketing and Public Relations gave an update on earlier. So I feel like, both of those are really major initiatives that have taken a lot of bandwidth across the institution, more than some of the other projects that we're working on. But in spite of the fact that they take a lot of bandwidth, I feel like we've made good headway on many of the other initiatives, and I highlighted those within the report. Just quickly, some of those are, starting a program for offering wraparound services to students who are parents. That's getting launched with grant funding. Still a lot of work to do, obviously, but it's a very exciting step forward. The foundation has been moving forward with raising funds for direct financial aid support for students. And I actually want to give a Title V shout out to them. They are also raising the matching funds for the Title V endowment. And we just started year 4 of Title V, and within the first week, I think, the foundation submitted their matching funds of $65,000 for that year 4 match of Title V. So they've really been doing a great job of raising those funds and drawing down those federal matching funds that will be used for scholarships for Hispanic students in the future. We've also had a lot of training for open educational resources in order to get low-cost textbooks into students' hands. We have a couple of STEM classes that have already completed the redesign process and are offering those textbooks. And we have a cohort of faculty in English and in communications that are also working on making the changes needed in their classes to be able to support that OER textbook, those online educational resources. We've also offered quite a bit of training for online teaching. This is a continuation from the past. We've offered a lot of Quality Matters trainings and other online teaching courses through our online teaching office, but also through continuing education. We've identified some training in high flex, because that's what we were hearing from faculty, that they were very interested in learning more about how to engage their students in a high flex environment. And so that's something that's happening in the spring. And then I also wanted to mention the changes to the placement practices, which I think also came up earlier in the meeting, but just the redesign work that's happened in the English area, as well as the use of Alex PPL as the placement tool for math, and the use of grades in both areas as far as placement as well. So those really positive changes. So even though I feel like, we have a lot to do in the next 5 to 6 months, and we have 20 initiatives that we're tracking, and, we'll have that data to present to you this summer on how we're doing with all of them. I feel like we're doing really well, in spite of, like I said, lots going on. Everybody's really busy. I'm really pleased with where we are at this stage. So with that, I will stand for questions or ask Josh if he has anything to add to that.
I mean, the dangers of any of these things, right, is that we might miss all the good work that's being done, right? So just because Julie and I haven't mentioned doesn't mean they're not doing work. Like, for example, Chris Sudin and her team has been just amazing work on providing contract training and continuing education work that's really transformative. When you think about nationally, community colleges that are successful are now really focusing on those short-term credentials, the micro-credentials that I think Board Member Wilson was asking questions earlier. And so, there's just so many work that's going on there. But yes, we are very, very pleased at how well the strategic plan is being implemented, and we're grateful for everybody's work, especially since they have so much on their plate. And I think that the regular check-in process at the exec team is really helpful to make sure that people keep it the front burner rather than the back burner. So thanks for Julie and all the leads for making sure it's cross-collaborative. It's not like a single person's initiative. It's actually a group initiative with senior leadership support. So thank you all for this. And we stand for questions.
Yes. Julie, could you talk for a second about the high flex classes and the demand for those? I guess one of my sort of concerns is what's happening to on-ground classes. And of course, a high flex class sort of meets that need, but how are our faculty and students, how do you know about what classes to do that with? And I don't know, just talk a little about it.
Sure. Yeah, at this stage, the Online Teaching and Learning Office has identified a vendor that is offering, I believe it's a course, maybe a couple week long course that faculty could take, and that class is offered one time a month. So I believe we'll start that in March and kind of see how that goes. That was just one offering that we have looked at so far. But we're also hoping to do a survey of faculty about their needs in terms of professional development in general, but specifically about what kinds of training they need for the high flex classroom, because the college is offering OIT is offering technology training, in the classrooms that are set up for high flex. But what we were hearing for faculty was they were looking for something more pedagogical. And so that's what we're hoping to address with this vendor that OTL has identified. But we will be open to looking at other options if that's not meeting the need, if we hear of other things that faculty require. We want to, leave it open for other opportunities.
And right. Julie, to build on what you just said, we've heard from our students that they actually prefer the flexibility of taking online classes or high flex classes, because if you look at our student population, almost 85% of our students are part-time. And that means many of our students are actually working at the same time, and they need some flexibility. And so whenever we do surveys for low-income students and students of color, that comes up as their top issue, saying that, hey, we just can't find the time from all the other things they have to do, right? Taking care of their families, 2 or 3 jobs at the same time, taking care of themselves. Our students coming from a low-income background require some additional support and making it convenient for people to take classes when they need it and how they need it. And so that also then overlaps with what Catherine's working on with so many people on campus, Thomasina, Catherine, so many others, on making sure that we're a student parent friendly campus. And so there's some demand in there for the student parents as well, because they're saying, look, I have a child that gets sick and I just can't come to all the face-to-face classes, but I want to complete a degree and have that economic mobility so they could have a better future. So we're starting out with really faculty members who are primarily interested in it first, and then we're hoping to roll it out more systemically as we move forward. And that then also feeds into our other strategic plan item, which talks about how can we make our programs completely online. And so Barry and his people are working really well, especially in the business areas, to make sure that our courses are really designed for those working adult populations that I see Margaret on, so I'm sure she could want to jump in there for herself too.
Well, I was just going to add that the beauty of High Flex is that you can have an instructor in the classroom and you can have students in the classroom if that's where they want to be, and you can also have students attending online. And so students have choices, and it may be that you know, a student ordinarily likes to attend online, but on ground, but they had, you know, hit a day where they couldn't get there, but they're able to attend online. And so that's kind of a part of the beauty of that
Right.
modality.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, and again, the movement. Sorry, Jody. Go ahead. Nope.
Sorry, I was on mute. That was somebody else, George.
that was me, I think. I have a question. I've heard this question from faculty members. In a high flex situation, is it ever possible for the faculty member to not be in the classroom, but teach remotely to people who are in the classroom?
In that case, wouldn't it be more of an online class rather than a high flex class?
No, I'm talking about just not necessarily every week or all the time, but could, like, a faculty member who is maybe tested positive for COVID, so they need to stay home, they can't come into campus, could they teach a high flex class from home?
You know, board member Wilson, I think that is a possibility. I think we'd really need to look at then what happens in the classroom, because the purpose of the instructor being in the classroom with the students who attend on ground is to be able to have the equipment working, you know, making sure everything's set up properly so that both the students in person and the students online are getting the optimal experience. If the instructor's not in the classroom, then who does that? And so we would need to really think about how that happens, because we can't expect the students to come in and boot up the computer and get everything rolling. So the kind of more traditional model of the untraditional model is that the instructor's in the classroom with the students, and then there are students attending remotely.
So we haven't moved to robots in the classroom yet.
Not yet, board member.
Well, I'm increasingly interested indeed in these changes from on-ground classes to online classes to high flex classes. And I guess would like to see at some point some kind of looking at a distribution of all the classes that we're offering, what percentage are being offered in those various modalities, and what percentage of the students are in those classes in those modalities. And again, it's kind of getting back in part to my question, my concern, and my interest in seeing on-ground classes, just because I believe that there's something special about them. I'm not totally against online classes. I'm just a little skeptical about it. And I know that's a problem because that's the trend, but I don't want us to forget about on-ground classes. That's all. So
let me say, George, I think there's a point to that. And being a student right now, one of the things where we're all online now, I've been taking classes in person. The thing you really miss with online classes is the student interactions in the hall before and after classes and the conversations and going to the dining hall together and things like that were a lot. I mean, I learned so much in my college experience about art history without ever taking an art history class. And it really, because of those in between class interactions, are, I think, really, really important.
Yes, yeah, good point.
I think that all that is really true. And one of the things that we're monitoring, and I actually look at this myself probably more than most people would think. But online classes typically fill up faster. And so I think that what we have to reckon with and figure out, we don't know where that magic line is, but there are a lot of students that just, they will not come if they can't come online because they just can't. And honestly, I mean, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to, because I'll just let y'all know this is what I'm thinking. A lot of places that do high flex record the high flex, and then because that way students can listen to the recording anytime, because high flex still doesn't work for students who can't be at a certain place at a certain time.
Right.
You know, they're just saying that, you know, you can listen to the course in your car during your break or something like that. But a lot of people can't even do that. So we're still missing a good chunk with high flex.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a whole. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead,
I would just actually kind of agree with what Becky's saying is, even though, I mean, we just have a really diverse population at the college, right? And so meeting all those needs, the people that are young and need to be on campus, it's great if we can support that. But the people who are working and are retraining to something else or finishing out what they need, right, for a degree while they work, they have a whole different set of needs. So yeah, it's very diverse.
And indeed, being willing to explore the possibilities of maybe the class schedules being different, weekends and evenings, for example, or sort of a mix of classes, sort of, you know, a on-ground class once a week and a online class the other days of the week. Or I guess there are a lot of ways to mix and match to meet needs, you know. Again, thinking about both our resources, not only our real estate, but also our faculty and our equipment. You know, we have it in a place, and let's use it as best we can before we start renting it out to other uses. Okay, any other comments, questions? Not, thank you very much, Julie. And yeah.
Oh, Chair Gamble, I'm sorry, I did have one other question for Julie.
Please.
You guys are doing so much, all of you, and it's very impressive. I really like the pathways stuff, and I was trying to kind of follow that a little bit more. My two questions are: how many pathways we completed? What was our goal for the year, and then what's our goal for the rest of the year?
Okay. So we have 8 pathways that have been developed, and those are laid out in that presentation that the NPR talked about and on the website and all the materials that are being distributed. So the goal at this stage was just to launch that. There was a great deal of legwork that had to be done on the academic end to get those pathways built, to get the degree plans in place. The launch has happened. The materials are out there. As I said, for the students, and the advisors are advising around pathways. But we understand, you know, just like the chess project, we understand that this is kind of a work in process. that as the first semester using Pathways, we're kind of learning, where the challenges are, what the things are that we need to continue to address. And so I would say the goal, for this semester is to prepare for the next round of registration, to make sure that advisors have all the information and materials that they need to make sure students are understanding what Pathways are, and that each of the program maps that are developed within Pathways are actually being scheduled in a way that they work for students. So it's still, it's a very complex puzzle that we're working on. But like I said, we're just, taking it piece by piece and trying to see where we need to put our energy to get us to the next registration period.
Okay. And do we have we identified other program maps or pathways we'll be working on in the future? Or do we have them all covered?
Yeah, at this stage, we're at 8. One of those is actually an undecided pathway, just to help students start to get into one of the other 7 pathways without, spending a lot of time and energy on credits that won't end up applying towards the pathway that they end up in. So, the other 7 are all oriented around, very high level academic and trades areas. And we're going to stick with those for now and see how they go.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Very cool.
So with a student who goes with an undecided pathway, someone who comes in can't choose at first, so they go the undecided route. And what happens then? Is it a matter of sequential kind of counseling with them to see, okay, what's happening at the end of the first semester, et cetera?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they would be working with an advisor that's specifically devoted to working with students that are undecided, who's helping them to see the different pathways that they can go into, to evaluate their interests and their skills. We have a tool that we put into place called Career Coach that's specifically for that, to help students assess their skills and then be able to see, what kinds of academic pathways are available, but also what the career opportunities are specifically in New Mexico when they finish that pathway. So the advisor would really be working them through that process and helping them to identify one of the other 7 pathways.
Right. Sounds good. Okay. Any other comments or questions for Julie or Yash on the strategic plan mid-year? If not, thank you both very much. You're doing great work. And we'll look forward to more great work.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and now we will hear from Laura Mulry on some first reading of other new policies. Laura.
Thank you, Chair Gamble, members of the board, President Rowley. We are going to present two newly revised policies this afternoon, and we're just going to switch up the order. We're going to start with Dr. Morimoto, who will discuss Policy 4-16, Employee Accessibility, and that will be followed by Dr. Ortiz-Gallegos with Policy 2-20, Admission to SFCC. Take it away, Yash.
Thank you, Laura, and thank you, Chair Gamble and members of the board. It is my pleasure to share an update to Policy 4-16. This is a policy relating to improving accessibility on campus, or more like employee accessibility policy. Many of these changes relates to the ADA and making sure our policy relating to ADA is much more clear on campus. One of the main things that we're changing is, of course, making sure people understand that interactive process is not some sort of like a secret magical things where people have to follow all the dotted lines in order to get that particular support for the employees. So for example, employees doesn't have to say, I am invoking my right to get a accessibility accommodation, right? They could just start that conversation informally. The supervisors need to let them know, let the HR office know that this is happening, and then we'll take over from there. So it could be a number of different ways that we actually provide the support to the employees, and most of the changes are changes recommended by legal. And so with that, I stand for any questions.
Any questions, comments from board? No, hearing none. Thank you very much, Yash.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it looked good. Thanks,
Thanks,
Yash.
Yash.
Thank you so much.
And now I'll invite Thomasina to talk about policy 4-20.
Thank you, Laura, Chair Campbell, members of the board. Policy 2-20 is our admissions policy. And what we did in the revision of this particular policy is really make it a little bit student friendly within the language. We combined policy 2-7, which is our transfer admissions policy, with it. We really wanted to simplify our admissions policies, if you will, and have them all located in one area. We wanted the flow to be very smooth, so that way anyone who's looking at what we do with admissions, how we deal with admissions, it would all be very surface and available for them. We included our information with regards to dual credit, and it's PED, Public Education Department's policy. We included that in our admissions policy because we did not have it included in there, so we just wanted to make sure we had that available. We also included language on transcripts because there was a lot of question about why perhaps an institution may ask for transcripts. And we really wanted to make sure that individuals knew that the transcripts were really for transfer credit if they wanted to get transfer credit, in addition to receiving financial assistance, which is required by our federal government. And then we explained all of the modes of admission. So we just wanted to make sure that students knew what category maybe they fit into and what it was they were going to have to do to just complete the process. We are very much still sharing with our populations that we are open admissions. So everyone is admitted, but how and where they're admitted, and then how they can enroll in classes, it was better explained within the policy. With that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Thomasina. Comments, questions for Thomasina?
Chair, I have a question.
Please.
Thomasina, hello. We've been talking about micro-credentials today, and when I was reading this, I was trying to figure out where the micro-credentials fit. And under scope and applicability, you talk about the basis of 4 credit, audit, degree, or non-degree, right, is what this applies to. And then when I look at definitions on, I think it's page 3, it says degree seeking status is granted to applicants who are looking to get a degree or certificate. I'm paraphrasing. So is that where your micro credential would be? Because the non-degree seeking status students under number 3 says those that are not intending to seek a degree or certificate. So where would your micro credentialed students fit?
Thank you for that question, Member Pugh. Chair Campbell and members of the board, our micro-credentialing right now is primarily in our CE side of the house, and I would ask VP Peters to join in if I don't want to mislead or misguide any of our colleagues here today. But we also have opportunity when we build it more into our credit side is within more than likely our non-degree, but micro-credentialing could also add and lead into a degree seeking status. So those are aspects that we definitely can work on with individual students as they start to migrate into any particular academic program.
Okay, so this would not cover any of your micro-credentialing.
At the moment, not right now, no ma'am.
Okay, thanks, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thomasina, I have a question about on first page of the 220 policy document. it says admission to SFCC does not qualify or imply eligibility for financial aid. Why is that statement there?
Chair
Was
Gamble,
it-
members of the board, thank you for that question. Sometimes individuals believe that just because they are admitted, they are automatically qualified for financial assistance. And there are additional steps for individuals to complete in order to be considered for eligibility. So we wanted to make it very clear that because you're admitted, it doesn't mean you're automatically going to be awarded. So what we've done is as soon as a student is admitted to the institution, we have some really good outreach and follow up with our students to explain to them what their next steps or processes are. So we don't just leave it there. We follow up with communication that you probably heard about in policy 2-4 in student services for our onboarding for our students to explain exactly what they need to do. And then we explain to them the workshops that are available and offer assistance to help prospective students or students who apply for financial assistance.
Okay, I guess I was thinking about the Opportunity Scholarship, and obviously they have to be taking, 6 credits? So
Yes, Chair Gamble, and they need to apply for financial assistance as well. They need to complete the FAFSA application. So we want to make sure that we're very clear on those steps as well.
right, yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Any other comments or questions for Thomasina regarding 2-20?
Yes, Thomasina, I guess I'm looking at this and I'm a little troubled. It seems like we're having enrollment issues, and this seems like in many ways it's creating additional steps or barriers that hoops people have to jump through in order to get admission. So there are a number of things. One is why we would force somebody to reapply after only 2 semesters out of school. It seems like that creates a barrier to them and additional work for our staff. I'm also, if requiring someone who has not gone to college to provide a high school transcript, when some of our students who have not done any college may be 75 years old, and they're maybe very difficult for them to obtain a high school transcript. And why, if somebody has already gone to a college, if they're not interested in bringing their transfer credits into Santa Fe Community College, why would we require them to give us a transcript?
Member Wilson and members of the board, I appreciate that question, the opportunity to respond. Let me make sure I answer all 3 of your questions. The first one is with regards to students reapplying after 2 semesters. It's actually after 2 academic years. They do not have to reapply, but they do need to update their information with us. And so it's not a readmissions, it's a re-enrollment form that we have them complete. And that's so that way we can update our information. A lot can happen within 2 years. We want to make sure that we have the appropriate contact information, and that way we could do appropriate outreach to the students. In addition to that, we like to have conversations when they're coming back after being absent for so long, because maybe their ideas of the programs that they want to complete have changed, or maybe they aren't aware of some of our new academic programs as well. So we really want to offer that one-to-one connection with our students who are returning. The other question with regards to transcript, while it's not required, and we don't necessarily say that it's required, it is requested that we do have it and provide it, is because they could receive additional credit if they wanted to apply those credits. We want to evaluate them and make sure that we don't have students repeating a course that perhaps they've already completed. But on the other side, students who are coming in for non-degree seeking status or auditing a course, we have those conversations. We never stop the admissions. We just communicate with them what the benefits are to submit a transcript if they would qualify, or the fact that they don't have to if they don't need to. We have a lot of students who are applying from having been out of high school for so long who just do not provide us the transcript. But if we could show and have documentation that they did graduate from a high school, then we are able to work forward and move forward with that. The only challenge is that then they're not eligible for financial assistance. So we're always trying to tie that back to what some of their additional opportunities are if they do submit their transcript. And I'm sorry, the third question was, I forgot.
Students who have already done college, do we require them to provide a transcript or no?
Students, Member Wilson, students who have already completed college, if they would like to apply it towards a degree, we do ask for it. If they're applying for financial assistance, we do ask for it because there are maximum timeframes and other federal requirements that we need to adhere to. And so if we have information that a student may have attended another institution, we need to pull that information into the student account. But it doesn't mean that they're not admitted. It just means how we apply those credits or what they may be eligible for financial assistance. So in all reality, it really is beneficial to the student to submit if they have a transcript.
And I just want to point out in the document I have in front of me, in policy process A2, it says former students who have not enrolled in academic courses for more than 2 full consecutive semesters, fall and spring, will need to reapply. It doesn't say 2 years, it says 2 semesters.
I appreciate you pointing that out, Member Wilson. We definitely will go back and review that document, and perhaps it was an oversight on my part. I apologize, and thank you for pointing that out.
No worries at all.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for Thomasina? Oh, thank you, Thomasina. And
Thank you.
Laura, I only have one question for you. And is your background a test for us to see if we can read backwards?
Oh no, it looks like it's completely legible on my end. I guess I have to flip it. Thank you for letting me know. Chair Gamble, I did want to let the board and Dr. Rowley know that we are always trying to consolidate the more than 100 policies. And so next month, we will be bringing policy 2-6, admission of transfer students, which Dr. Ortiz Gallegos mentioned, because we're going to ask that that policy be repealed since it was incorporated into policy 2-20.
Okay, great. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you. I'll flip my background. Just appreciate it.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Any other discussion matters that we discussed today or need to be discussed at future meetings? Zuby, you?
I was going to say, George, you're not, when I look at my shirt here, it looks like my letters are backwards too. Does it look forward to you guys?
Yeah, it looks forward to us.
Okay.
Yeah. I was thinking we should all get those and wear them. Maybe
That's
at the
right.
next board meeting, we can all have SFCC.
Okay, and just to mention that our next board meeting in February is going to be on campus. And I hope, and I will also advise Lynn and her associate, and they may come on campus or may just tune in. That's up to them, right? And our March meeting will be on March 29th. So we're moving it up a week from what we had planned. Okay, if there are no other questions or comments, here we are 25 minutes late and everybody is tired and it's time for us to adjourn our meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
And
What happens if I don't second that? That's
And we're here for a while.
I'll second that emotion.
that emotion. Okay. Moved and seconded and all in favor, yawn and say yes.
Yes.
Hey, thank
Yes.
you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everybody else.